G'day, you good dunce. Sammy. Adrian second. Deverboy's third. Oh my god, it's a Tom. I don't know why I sounded British there for a second, but I did. How is everyone? What up, Walkerus? You're late. You are so late. Too late. Too bad you didn't get the game. Game done messed up. That was enough. I'm done with it. It's alright. We've played a lot of Game Duel. We can take a break from it now. I just need to think about what we're going to do for the ad breaks. Yep. Now, how are we? How is everyone? What's the VOD? See the game to fail? Fucking Assassin's Creed Syndicate is adventure only. BS. Maybe Redactyl? The hell is Redactyl? Wikipedia-based puzzle game, hey? Right, it's a guess the Wikipedia page. I don't know. That's too much. That's too much. Before we get into the bug fixing, let's just knock out some of this stuff, shall we? Let's get connections. That was a good night's sleep, I can tell you that much. Such a good night. How have all of you been, though? What have you been up to for the last 10 hours or so? What do we got? Porridge, grizzly, bear, and bed. No. Bear, Goldilocks, bed, porridge. Yep. Those two, this and that one, are a group because of the thingy there. Ah, smart. Smart. What up, mental pause? How are you? Putting up one emote, so you're probably a bot. What do we got? Bronzer, liner, foundation, and stain. Yeah. Yeah. Fiberglass. What the hell is that? Is that supposed to be scary? Is that supposed to be scary? Bongo! You are late. I'm assuming it's scary because I didn't even know scary was a word. one away. Okay, so this here is one away. Smug, grim, grizzly, gory. No, because this is one away. And if I do that, it's two away. So what? Gory, scary, grizzly, grim. Ah, yeah. That works. Yep. Homophones of words meaning brutal. Yep. Ending with drinking vessels. Fuck off. Fuck off. Bugger off, would ya? With your stupid BS. Jesus Christ. Alright. I have a list of the important bugs we need to get finished. We can probably knock out most of these today. And these are things that I need to get. Like, I need that done by Feb 13th. Actually, also, yeah. Did we rage quit game duel? Yeah, we got it wrong last night, so now we're taking a break from game duel. We've done a lot of game duel. We got to a 237 streak. I don't think we need to keep going. We can take a short break. It's fine. Is this emote? No. No, that emote's been there since we got the lick and the dumpy and all that stuff. Yep. Alright, item duplication when we place a bobble. It's gonna be fun. You've never seen it? You gotta use the emotes more. You gotta sub more, Bongo. You broke? That's what you get for being a child. One thing I'd like Australia to do is what's that state in like just off of Canada, like it's a US state that's off the side of Canada. No, it's up in the very north, like the very north, like closest as you can get to America. It has a state, or it has a city, Alaska. That's it, Alaska. Alaska. I don't know US states, Vongo. Jesus. Half the time, people say a state, and I'm like, isn't that a city? I was naming all the states in alphabetical order. Clearly not, because you skipped. Actually, no, you did get there, and you did get there eventually. And you weren't. You started with Maine. Anyway, I like the idea of Australia doing what Alaska does, which is when, like, the mining companies there, basically all the residents get, like, mining, like, dividends from the mining that happens. Or something like that. Like, the mining companies come in, they get a bunch of resources, they sell it all, and then all of the residents of Alaska get dividends from those profits. And it's like, I like I want Australia to do that too. Because Australia's natural resources are iron, gold, bauxite, petroleum, natural gas, coal, uranium. Like, we've got so many natural resources here. And it's like, it's not like the mining companies are gonna piss off somewhere else because the resources are here in Australia. If they want those resources, they gotta do what we want them to do. And if that means, like, 10% of their profits get split up amongst all of the Australian residents, cool. Let's do that. I think the big thing at the moment is that like, we subsidize them. We give them money. Like, why? Why? Why do we do that? I want free money. I want free money. I want free money too. Yeah, exactly. Everyone wants free money. Everyone wants free money. Be so much nicer. What was I doing? That's right, I was fixing this one. We're fixing that. Which is this here. Card selected. Okay. So what we need to do, if we all want free money, why don't we just give each other our money so we all have free money? Because I don't have money to give. Yeah. So card selected. This is emitted when one of these is selected. And what we have in here, in here, we have Bobble Stand, which will toggle the bobble collection. It's like with Bobble Stand with card holder. If held object is null, then we connect to that. Otherwise, Bongo my eyes. You can't say things like that. What? I'm in debt to Microsoft because of Game Pass. Anyone that pays for Game Pass or Nvidia GeForce or any of those like subscription services for games, just stop. Like if you don't pay for those things, then you're not gonna have companies pushing things like subscriptions for everything and you own nothing. Like, if you stop paying for the subscriptions, then they're not going to push the subscription models, are they? Because they don't make money off it, because no one buys them. But it's games and fun, and I can't afford a good enough computer to play them. Well, all the money you save from not paying for Game Pass, you could save up enough to get a good enough computer. What's the signal that I'm looking for here? Something with Bobble collections. Toggle Bobble collection. That's it. I don't think you understand my very bad financial decisions. That is exactly why they push those services. Because people have bad financial decisions. Why do people have to be stupid? Why can't people make good financial decisions? Everyone made good financial decisions, most of the shit that happens wouldn't actually happen. Oh. Toggle Bobble collection. Bryn! Most people aren't good dunce. This is true. This is true. Because school doesn't teach us real life lessons. School isn't there to teach you real life lessons. This is a misconception with school. If school only taught you real life lessons, then when you got out of school, you would have no skill for any job. You would know how to pay your taxes, but you wouldn't know what to do to get money to pay taxes. You... Yeah, school is there. Not these days. School was there to teach you how to think. You know, teach you how to think, not what to think. And then you can go off and be like, oh, I know how to think, so I can come up with this stuff. Or I can do this job because I can think. Yeah. It's not there to hold your hand through how to be an adult. Or if I just sell my appendix and a kidney. I mean, that'll get you through a year or two. That'll get you through a year or two. Now, when the card's selected, we want to do try disconnect, menu manager, toggle bobble collection. Yep, a whole year or two. Unless you have kids, at which point it's like 2 months. We don't need math lessons. Yes, you do. Gym class you need so that when you're 30 you don't disappear due to health complications, which is just your heart gave out because you were doing things stupidly. You do need math lessons because here's the thing, Bongo. Math is not about teaching you how to do different type of equations. Okay? Math is there, like the entire mathematics class structure is there because when you do that type of thinking, when you do mathematics, your brain develops neural pathways in a specific way that allows you to think better. It's got nothing to do with you knowing how to do calculus when you're sitting in front of a computer sending emails all day. It's got nothing to do with that. It's making it so that your brain can think logically. If you don't want to do math, that's perfectly fine. That just shows that you don't know how to think logically. Anyone that thinks they don't need maths is just an argument for why you do need maths. Because if you went through and learned maths and became a logical person, you would know that you need maths. Why you called me out like that? Because you're the one that said it. You're the one that said that you don't need math. Tree connection. What's it? What did I name it? Collection setup. Menu manager. There we go. That's right, Vongo. Full box shake. That's a good shake. I like that emote. I like that emote. No one has said this secret word that's been there for like 3 days now. It's a very simple word. I'll give you a hint. It's 5 letters and it's not plural. 2 hints. No class could have prepared me for the spectrum of human stupidity on the internet. Here's the thing, Bryn. Here's the thing. No class could have prepared you for that. But no class is the reason why we have that. What secret word? So I have a secret word. And the first person to use this word in general conversation in chat wins a gifted sub. And you can choose to keep that gifted sub or to give the gifted sub to someone else. Maybe you already have a sub and you want to gift it. But yeah. This one, I was changing it every day. Like every day I was changing it. But it's been like 2 weeks since someone said the secret word. And they're not complex words. I'm not doing things like apothecary or anything like that. You know, they're words that'll come up in just general conversation. You know, if you talk about a range of things, pretty much every day can get, like someone can get the word. They're not difficult words. They're not hidden words. They're not complicated or anything like that. Now, sniped, that would be a good one. See, the word that I have written down here is a lot more common than sniped. So I think by doing this, what up, Nathir? We do meet again. G'day to you. So we need to... Let's do that. What up, Giddy? How you doing? I'm doing fantastic. The save load process is done. Ooh. What happened there? Oh. Invalid access property or key seen on a base object of type nil. Bobble stand 57. Oh. This is a game about selling bobbleheads. For the initial, for the most part, yeah, we'll go with that for the most part. Bobbleheads, cards, comics. various assortments of stuff related to the bobbleheads and the Agreeabobbles. Very cruel for picking a word so difficult. I'll tell you what, if no one has said the word at the end of today's stream, I'm going to tell you what the word is. And then I'm going to pick a new one. Okay? Like, here's an example of some of the words that we've had in the past. Okay? Okay. Launch. Launch was one word. And that's when we were talking about when I was releasing this, when Steam Next Fest was, all that kind of stuff. So, like, a game launch. You know? Very easy to come across that if you're talking about video games. Series. Series. No one got series. Game series, TV series, World Series. A series of words that you use to communicate, aka a sentence. These words aren't difficult words. They're just... Are you series? I am series. I am. Greater or less than 27 letters? I already said that it's 5 letters. It is 5 letters, and it's not plural. It's not plural. So it's not words. Because that's the plural. You know? You can't just ask what the word is. You have to use it in conversation. And if you try to if you try to get around it, I will know, alright? And I'm not gonna. 5 letters. Can't but bad words. Can't be the bad words I'm thinking about. It's not a bad word, right? It's not a curse word. It's not swearing. Place card. Hydrate. Have some water and tell us the word. No. No. I've already given you 2 clues. Let's see. When we place them, that's what we want to do. No. There we are. If you guessed correctly, Tom Million will be happy. I hope the word was water, so I'd need an excuse using it. Grass. Grass. You see, even if it was grass, or even if it was brass, Nathian Gamer wouldn't have gotten it. Anyone have any recommendations for background removal of CachyOS with an Intel GPU? I went through and got audio figured out in OBS, but now I'm trying to fine-tune my webcam. Oh, you're talking about, like, right, background removal stuff. Right. I thought you were talking about, like, removing CachyOS in the background. I was like, what? Okay, so you're talking about camera background removal. Chroma key is the easiest option. So set up a green screen behind you and just chroma key it out. That's the easiest thing. I'm confused. Am I supposed to use it in a sentence? You're supposed to use it in general conversation, Nathir. I literally said the first person that uses it in conversation. But yeah, that's what I do. I don't know of any, like, OBS background removal. Let's see. So there's this thing. It's still being updated. So this here it doesn't require a GPU and works on all OSs. So what you would do is you would go to the GitHub. You would go to releases. You would download the latest release for your system, put it into the OBS plugins, and then you can add it to your camera and have it do background removal. So, like, they've got some tutorials on there too. If we have a look, there you go. So that's what it does. So that's his camera there, and that'll be how it eliminates it all. Yeah. So yeah, just grab that one. There you go. Now it just sound like AI trying to communicate. Give it a go and see how my system handles it. Nice. It says it works without a GPU, so should be fine. AI communicates. So what's happening there? It looks like there's two boxes. Mesh top. Mesh front. Mesh back. There's 2. Well, we got rid of the duplication bug, so that's good. Weird game dev question. I'm making a chat-controlled game. I'm letting the streamer set the command text. As a streamer, would you prefer commands per platform or one set of commands per platform? Maybe a toggle option. Maybe like checkboxes. So like whatever I connect to. So if I'm connected to Twitch and YouTube, there's a checkbox for Twitch and YouTube. And if I turn one off, then it's not available on that platform. Or if I'm connected to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, it displays it displays 3. If I turn it off for Kick, it's not accessible on Kick, but it's available on Twitch and YouTube, that kind of thing. And by default, all of them are turned on by default. Has anyone tried High Guard? I haven't tried High Guard. I'm hearing a lot of bad stuff about it, though. So, it's got 2 boxes. Why does it have 2? Didn't even consider a toggle. This is why we ask questions and talk about things. It's better to have a single set of commands for all platforms, otherwise it would take ages to explain these commands to chats when multi-streaming, unless they're streamer-only commands. Not necessarily. So, like, Twitch can do things that YouTube and Kick can't, for example. So maybe a command you implement for Twitch can use that functionality that Twitch has that YouTube and Kick doesn't. What up, Zakua? How you doing? Welcome in. Maybe you want to set up like a chat battle where it's like each chat has to use a command as much as possible. And if you're connected to 3 platforms, people like the Twitch platform can choose to attack the YouTube or the Kick platform, and the people on the YouTube platform can choose to attach the Twitch or the Kick platform. At which point you don't want the YouTube command to be available on YouTube. You only want YouTube chat to have the commands to attack Twitch and Kick. Gives you that sort of customization. A lot of bad reviews seem to be because it was the spotlight game at the Game Awards. I do think, like, this here, gamer, is why hype is a bad thing. Like, so, game hype is not always good. Because if the game is hyped up too much, if it doesn't live up to the hype, which it probably won't, people are going to hate it. People are going to hate it. And I was actually thinking about this morning while I was making a coffee. I was like, a lot of people, like, from what I can tell, iGuard have tried to do something They've tried to do something to kind of change up the hero shooter genre. Like, they've tried to do something that mixes it up and whatnot. You know what? You know? And I think it's risky for everyone as gamers to shit all over the game because they've tried to do something different within the genre. I think we can say it didn't work. Good try, but you missed the mark on this one. It's not a fun game. Maybe next time you'll be successful, but this one, not it. It's a bad game. Sorry. Because if all you do is say, oh my god, this game's shit, they should have never bothered with it, it's so crap, oh my god, it's horrible. All the AAA companies are going to hear that, they're going to see that feedback, and they're going to go, why would we take a risk? Why would we make a game that pushes a genre forward? Because clearly people don't want change. So I think if everyone just shits all over games that try to do something different or try to change a genre in some way, you're gonna end up in a situation where no one tries to change anything because all they're gonna get is shit on. So you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. For some reason, out of nowhere today, I managed to fix all the UI state bugs and refactored some old components, and all things are working smoothly now. Nice. That's what you want. That's exactly what you want. I think there's a point in between where you try new stuff, but playtest the hell out of it to make sure the game is fun at the end of the day. But that's the thing. You can playtest a game. A playtest is just a small group of people. Like, it's a group of, you know, a few dozen to a couple of hundred people testing the game. Making sure it's fun, making sure it works, getting bug reports and stuff like that. If that small group of people are like, yeah, it's a good game, we like it, you're still going to put out a game that the majority of people don't like. So a playtest doesn't really do that for you. What you should do is put out a demo. You put out a demo, you get feedback, and then you go, alright, people aren't liking the direction that we're going. Let's pivot. Alright, Zaman. Focusing on code. We have fixed that bug. Duplicate box meshes on Bobble Box. Why is that happening? Is that the problem? I don't think that's the problem. Okay, let's drop that there. Okay. Where did we set these? Interesting. So we have this open. For data, item data, and bobbles. Okay, so we pick a bobble. Toggle hold visibility. And this one. Remove that. Set bobble name. Meshes open. Okay, so maybe we put it here. I still don't know why it's not closing. Why isn't it closing? Why is it creating two meshes? I think I know why. I know exactly why. Where's our delivery box? It's because of this. It's because of this here. So what we need to do... we do... get rid of that one. So that's what the issue was. The first one doesn't have the issue, but that one does. There we go. So for everyone that's wondering, I have a 10-minute focus on code, which is 6 minutes in. So I have 4 more minutes of focusing on code. There we go. Okay. Still doesn't have this. Let's see what happens. So it doesn't have these set. Interesting indeed. So this one here, that's using the same standard material. Okay, so we spawn the crown. We need crown mat is standard material 3D. We want to do crown get active material, duplicate, Z-clip scale, crown mat, use Z-clip scale, crown material override, crown mat. It's been 10 minutes. G'day, Bok, how you been? Let's catch up on chat here. That's what I meant in my head. There's under the playtest category, demos, betas, etc. Playtest is very specific. Like, it's... I think muddying the waters between terminology is a bad thing to do. Because a playtest is a playtest. It's a specific thing. It's not a range of things. You know? Just like a demo is a demo. A demo doesn't incorporate an alpha, a beta, a playtest, you know? Live again already after such a long and grueling day yesterday. I'm impressed. Don't be. Don't be. You have a social life. Input. I don't see. Whereas for social life, more of a 9 to 5 that for some reason demands I work every day. Horrible. Horrible. I just meant you want to get as much feedback as you can when venturing into untested waters. Correct. Correct. And what do you consider a playtest to be? To me, it's a one-off event with focused feedback. Yeah, basically. Basically. So, your first few playtests, like your first playtest may focus on performance. You know, does it perform well? Is there any hardware that it doesn't perform well on? Is there excessive RAM usage? Are there memory leaks? That type of stuff. And then the next playtest might be certain functionality. Like in terms of Bobble Shop Sim, our first playtest was focusing on like interactions, purchasing and selling, as well as, you know, what's it feel like? What's the feel? Are the controls easy and stuff like that? And then the third playtest might just be focusing on bugs and such. Like, you know, is it stable? What bugs are there? What things should be altered at this point and stuff like that. So you can have multiple playtests, but they each focus on a specific thing. Like our playtest at the moment is going to be running up until the demo goes out, and it's focused on finding bugs. Finding bugs and improvements to controls and stuff like that. Yeah. How'd the game thing go? Streak over. Yes. Yeah, streak over. Streak over. We lost because of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So. Updated 4.6. Now my window rules don't work anymore. Godot 4.6 and your window rules don't work anymore. I wouldn't say playtests are a one-off thing necessarily, but I'd say normally it's a test to confirm something you built performs the way you designed it. Be it performance tests, server stability, players having fun, etc. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So 4.6 has probably had more work done on Wayland compatibility. So if what I would suggest, Bok, there's Hyper CTL. Actually, not even that. Hyperland active windows. Hyper CTL clients. So what I would suggest, Bok, yeah, at the moment, if we have a look at, Godot. This thing here. So I would check this. I would check if 4.6 is still using X Wayland. Like, just validate all of these things inside your window rules. But I wouldn't be surprised if X Wayland had changed. Or maybe this has changed. Maybe it's no longer Godot. Maybe it's now Godot Engine. Maybe the class is Godot Engine. Who knows? Think the class name changed? Yeah, give it a look. Okay. Apparently I had an Elgato green screen hanging around my apartment. Well, there you go. There you go. Problem solved. Toggle hold usability. It doesn't show up here. Why does this not display the bobbleheads? Why is that happening? G'day, Cam. How you doing? Yeah, you're using... And now where's the crown? There we go. Get rid of that. Toggle hold visibility. So I need to figure out why this one's not setting. Why not? How are we, Cam? Just learned my last job just got shut down. The owners got caught doing embezzlement. You got out. You got out just in time. Gotta love it. Rip them. Yep. Sucks to be them. Well, they're definitely going to get screwed over. So that's false. I think this is the issue here. You're gonna have to be that. Let's hope. Beautiful. Okay, so that's all working. That there. Card unpacking needs fixing. I don't think I had anything about Z clip in there, yeah, no. Because that one's to do with the actual shaders, which is going to be a whole nother mess. Also, just love the fact they just finished their very expensive renovations. That's... Cam, you might not be aware, but those expensive renovations are going to be why they got caught. Someone was like, you're not making enough to... Like, there's not enough money to pay for these renovations. Where are you getting all this money from? They converted all the rooms to modern and painted the whole side of this very, very old 1900s building. It wasn't heritage listed, was it? Hydrate? Nummy. Thank you for the hydrate there, Fanny Slam. It was not a listed site? Okay, cool. Like your nickname. So we've got that fixed. The shutdown was court ordered. Yep. Yep. That said, I'm unsure if it means what I think it means. It doesn't. It doesn't. I assume. It means everything and nothing. Yeah. Everything and nothing. Let's see. I want to do one more test because I just thought of another scenario. Excellent. Cool. Packing away furniture has a bug. So when we pick up furniture... Hello, Creeper. How you doing? Bam Bam, Fanny Slam, Banana, Tim Tam, Orangutan. What? Anyone have recommendations for lesser known but good workstation chairs? My behind has conquered every brand I tried. I'm gonna leave this one to you, chat. Because... I don't think I can weigh in this conversation. You're gonna have to rely on everyone else in chat. POV, what I got jump scared by on Discord. All messages, not UI, just user messages, were in Chinese. because I forgot I had a translator plug in on. You thought you got hacked. That's funny. I just got an office chair from my bestie's work. I have an adjustable desk, but still. Just stand up all the time. That's what I do. The first 2 weeks, your feet are going to be killing you. And when you go to bed at night, you're going to lay down and your feet are going to be so happy and you're going to have such a big relief that you just fall asleep. After those 2 weeks, you're not even going to realize that you've been standing for 16 hours. Packaway furniture has a bug, so pack away. Here we go. I need to update this. I'm gonna have to update this. I want to check something. I've never gamed standing up. Unless I was mad at the game. It's fun. I suggest trying it. So see how it's not putting anything. They were in debt by about 250,000. Did some Googling. God damn. I think Regex title matching is balked on the new Hyperland rules. Why do you think that? Because if I bring up my config Hyperland, match class, match title, match class, title, match class. But why do you think the Regex title matching's balked? Maybe I should try that syntax. I'm using the other one with curly braces. Ah, you're using that one. That's exactly right, Bunny Slam. resource. So that is set. Ah. Oh yeah. Does the save word work now? Does it work by saving all in JSON format? I'll go through that in a minute. I'll go through that once I've just validated this. Yeah, look at that. Bug fixed. So yes. Yes, it does. So if I show you... So you see how we've got these two JSONs here. This one is all of my shop details. What level the shop is, what bobbleheads have been collected, what cards have been collected, what rarity that those collected things are, what pricing the player has set for each of the different things they can sell, what the current market price is for all of the different things that you can sell, the name of the shop, all that kind of stuff. So that's all saved as JSON. And the same with our save game. You'll notice that each line is a specific thing that's going to be instanced into the game. Yep. That's all the save file is. So you could end up with like this is all the furniture here. And these are all the furnitures here. That's a delivery box. So that's an item that's on the ground at the moment. And then you've got these, which are all NPCs. And you're probably wondering, this is a weird JSON format. Why is there args? What's this S colon? What's this S colon here? Like, why do they all start with S colon? What's this NP colon? You know, what's this type vector 3? You know? Why has it got an I colon? Yeah. What this is the JSON format. When you do that's the format you get when you under assets, no, auto loads. Save load. When you use JSON from native. So JSON from native takes the native Godot object, like it takes the dictionary that you've got, And if you have a vector 3 in there, it saves that in a vector 3 format, which is just like the array of 3 floats. If you have a node path, it saves it with np : at the start of it. The reason why I like doing this is because when I load it back up and I do this pass string to native, that's going to give me a dictionary with any vector 3s, any enums that we use to save out as keys, stuff like that. It's going to give me those as their actual value. And I don't have to worry about doing a var to string or string to var. I don't have to worry about manually converting all that stuff myself, because the from native and the to native handles that. So that's makes it a lot easier. A lot easier. I'm going to fix up this card unpacking. And that one. Dex, you're late. How dare you be late? Not allowed. Can you believe that it's almost February? Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I hope you're having a gaduntastic day. Because you are now a gadunt, so if you weren't, you will now have a gaduntastic day. I'm fantastic. How are you doing? Is it Leo? Or Legio, if you're French? Had a pretty good day today, just a bit chilling today. Nice. Nice. It's good to have a chill day. Call me Leo. Nice. I am just going through all this stuff here. I would love to have all of this done by the time we do the demo. But who knows? Who knows? We'll see. What up, fellas? What am I coding? I'm working on Bobble Shop Simulator. We got it pinned up the top there if you want to go check out the Steam page. The trailer needs to be updated, which I really need to actually get done before the demo. Shit. So before Steam Next Fest, I need to get this stuff done, and I also need to get a new trailer done. I'm going to get this stuff fixed up first, and then we can start working on the trailer. I don't think I need to worry about that too much. I don't need to worry about those two. Maybe not that one. But the rest of them, like all of that, must do. You're a French person? Ah. I don't know French. I was going to say something in French, but I don't know French, so I can't. Let's see. Card unpacking. Go into our card pack. When we open this, is opening. Where are you set? Is opening is true, and we tween it down. I have no idea what that says. I know it says, like, hello, something something code. That's about the best I can do. Now, if it was German, that I can fail a little bit less at. A little bit less. If it was Swedish, that I can fail a little bit less at. What do we need here? That does begin open. Ich komme aus Deutschland. So I'm from Germany, yeah. I'm from Germany. There was something out there. What was it? I think if you want to say is it... Ich mag Bratwurst. Hey. Who doesn't like Bratwurst? Alright? Who doesn't like Bratwurst? It's amazing. I guess we aren't bothered about people tinkering with save files since they're plain text filled. It's a single player game that doesn't require an internet connection. If people want to ruin the game for themselves, they can go for it. I don't care. I'm not gonna waste a bunch of time being like, no. You're not allowed to do what you want to do. Nah. If they... True, but they could cheat Steam achievements. I mean, not really. Like, I mean, if they want to cheat the Steam achievements, they can go for it. Like, again, all they're doing is ruining it for themselves. Like, and you've got to remember, Explosive, I can put a key into the game or something to encrypt the save file. I can do that. But it's Godot. So if they wanted to, they can just extract the entire code and get that save key. So it doesn't really matter. If they want to cheat the Steam achievements, it's trivial for them to do it. No bobble boards. Nah. Tomorrow I have to start developing my game engine I've planned. It tries to be Source Engineer, but have some major improvements. The editor will look like UE5. The good thing is that UE5 is kind of open source when I join using Epic Games Invitation on GitHub, so I can recycle their design and other improvements. Be sure that you're not infringing on their trademarks and stuff when you do that. Like, you don't want to copy their UI design just to find out that they have that design trademarked or something. Yeah. still be Source Engine near. Not entirely compatible to it though, because my engine will be 64-bit while this is still 32-bit. Yeah. Yeah. You do have other things as well though. Like you can, there's UE5, which is a very, very powerful engine. There's also O3DE. A lot of people don't seem to know about O3DE. And I think O3DE is a very powerful engine that's open source. You never pay a thing. Any of that. It's C++ still. It's C++. It's got AWS behind it. I think it's also got the Linux Foundation behind it. I think Linux Foundation basically like runs most of it now. But it's based on CryEngine. So Open3D Engine, O3DE, is based on CryEngine. So it's got a very good and powerful engine that it's based on top of. And because that's free and open source, you can take all of the code for this, and then you can tweak the code to make it Source Engine-like while keeping the UI. You don't have to worry about the UI at all. You just get it so it's Source Engine-like. Make sure things are still connected up in the UI. Good to go. That way you can just focus purely on the engine. So what I want to do here it's accept and is opening. We want to look at if animation player is playing animation player I still find it dumb that the Source Engine is still 32-bit. Every game modder who doesn't have all that money for buying the Source 2 engine licenses has to use that garbage. You can use the 4GB RAM max plus like 0.5GB for the engine itself. I can read 4GB RAM max is pretty bad for an engine where Valve knows exactly what it's still used, right? So you've got to remember though, that limitation could be very good. Like, I like that kind of limitation, Leo, because that requires developers to build their game in an optimized way. Instead of just being like, yeah, I'm just gonna have my game use 16 gigs of RAM. That's fine. Whatever. People have 32 gigs of RAM these days, and if they don't, they can just buy more. I'm kind of fine with an engine that's like, nah, 4 gig of RAM max. Deal with it. Yeah, AAA Unreal games run great. So I do think that's something that gets taken advantage of these days. Is people are like, oh yeah, they're using more powerful machines, so we don't have to worry about optimization as much. It's like, no, you still have to worry about optimization because not everyone can drop $4,000 a year on the latest PC. Valve is also a lot smaller than most tech companies. I doubt they put a lot of resources on Source Engine 1 anymore. They don't. That's why they have the Source. That's why they have Source 2 engine. Like, they have Source 2 because that's the one they use for all their internal stuff. And they still have Source 1, but I think the original Source engine is just like free to use these days. So, and like they don't really maintain it or anything. It's just like a community thing at this point, I think. Well, Source 1 changed 64-bit. I get that people would want Source 2 to be open source, but I get the Valve not seeing themselves being in the engine market. They're not. Valve isn't in the engine market. Valve is a marketplace, or like Steam is a marketplace. Valve is a game developer publisher. Steam is not Epic Games. Steam is not Epic Games. And that's one thing that people like about Steam. They're not doing things just for the sake of making some more money or for like just because, you know, like there's no point. Like, Epic Games started out as game engine and marketplace, and now they're a publisher, they're a developer, they're like trying to become a like single platform for everything. But yeah, it's not gonna work for them. They're the most profitable company per employee until the crypto AI boom put Nvidia at the top. I mean, I'm not sure. You've said profitable there. You've said profitable there, Bok. Nvidia is valued at the most. Alright? Nvidia is valued at the most. Doesn't mean that like they're hugely profitable. Because you've also got to remember that Nvidia is the one pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into like OpenAI and all this stuff for those companies to then use that money to buy Nvidia GPUs and Nvidia chips. So are they really profitable when they're the ones giving money to these companies to then buy their inventory? Is that really profit? Yeah. Steam Market's just a money printer for them. Yeah. Valve sits at a cozy 50 million revenue per employee currently. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If it is playing... It's a loop of infinite profit. What could go wrong? That's called a bubble. My engine will have features and optimized code so it can run on 4 gigabytes, but also on more gigabytes. But I'm aware that I can't just optimize it for all sizes of RAM. Try to find a way to code it like that so people can get their... So people can either optimize their games for 4 gigabyte RAM or make their games like that because they use more. I'll still remind them in tips I show when they load the engine and when they load a game in the editor that they should still try to optimize it even when they have big gigabytes of RAM. I mean, at least you're reminding them. At least you're reminding them to do it. Okay, so if animation player is playing, we want to do animation player. I don't want to stop it exactly. Maybe I go... I'm gonna check this. Okay, it's using the bone. Do I have a rip? I don't think I have a rip SFX. Do I? I'm certain I do. Yeah, open VF. No, that's... Huh. By the way, because of UE5 stuff, I won't just recycle their stuff. I'm planning a clean room implementation of their stuff. So it's not original code or design at all. I think their design isn't even 100% like images or stuff like that, but rather just CSS or something like that. So I can just make an entirely new design, but in the same style as their editor. Why do I write so long messages? I don't know. I don't know, Leo. I don't know why you do that. You have a lot to say. That's why. It's perfectly fine though. Perfectly fine. It's gonna break my chat window. Is my chat window even working? I don't think my chat window is working. Oh no, it's there. Okay. Cool. Cool. I'm good with that. I turned it off for a second to see if it was working and then it popped up, so yeah. He can't see all of the secret words that I said. I can. I can indeed. By the way, yesterday I got 64GB DDR4 server RAM for free. Server RAM? Damn. Be cool, chat. Don't tell me about the secret meeting. What's that? Something about I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna try and make it funny, but my brain's not processing. What's going on, Storm? G'day, you good dunce. How yous doing? Welcome back in. Fancy seeing you here. How was your stream? You gotta tell us all about it. I'm, getting some bug fixing done. Yeah. If I can get down to here done by the end of this morning's stream, how can I... How can I set the animation to be at the end? It's like we stream on the same day, just slightly offset. Of course. Of course. Of course we stream on the same days, because I stream every day. I stream every day. Unless I can't be bothered, and then I don't stream. So. Knocking out the occlusion masking fixes, collision detection, and helper stuff for my levels in Psycho Cats. I was hoping to get more than one level done today, but meh. Friday I'll try to knock out like 3 to 4 levels and submit. Maybe a tad of polish. Nice. Nice. Try and reduce my stream hours to get a bit more balance in my life. I will do that in the future at some point. Yeah. How come I stream every day? I didn't find this treasure of stream. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's that lies entirely with you, Leo. That's your problem. I need a way to end the animation and set it to the end. Speaking of life balance, need to go handle some stuff. Going to work meanwhile. Go for gold, Storm. Have fun. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Advance. Manually advance the animations by a specified time in seconds. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Current animation player length minus current animation position. Hell yeah. Actually. And then we return. Ooh, actually, I need to make it so the cards are accessible. Okay. Still did it. Ooh. That's not good. The cards need to be given the Z index clear too. Because of that. Now, what's happening there? See that? That shouldn't happen. How long is that open animation? .66. I think what I might do that. That's what we want. Sometimes I'm checking on some game dev DC servers. See that new people get insulted for not knowing something about the game which they couldn't know yet, or anything else. Why is that? Because people in, like, there are people out there that are just douchebags. That's it. It's just people that are douchebags. There's people who like being dicks. Two, people who are asking really dumb questions. I disagree with the second point, Bok. It may be a dumb question to you, but to someone that's coming into the game that's never played it before and doesn't know anything about it, so people that think number 2 is valid are the people that fall into number 1. People who think asking really dumb questions is a valid reason for being a dick to someone are the people that fall into just the fact that they're a dick. That's it. People have no patience for people who can't read what's under the stream. I mean, that depends on the question. If someone comes into my stream and I'm playing a game and they're like, "Ooh, what game's this?" It's just like, it's literally on your screen right now. It says it under the stream. Just read it. That's it. So all you have to do is read it. And I've said this before. I'm a dick. I know I'm a dick. All right. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh no, I'm not a dick. I'm just direct. It's like, no, I'm an asshole through and through. If you're asking the same question that's been asked 50 times in 2 days and skipped every FAQ, are getting at least a warning from me? No. You're expecting them to find the FAQ. You're expecting them to have been there when someone else asked the question. If someone enters this chat right now and asks a question that someone else asked 10 minutes ago, it's like, that's fine. They haven't seen the question that was asked 10 minutes ago. What engine are you using? I'm in full screen with chat, so it's not visible. Well, you're just going to have to find out, aren't you? Aren't you, Gar? You're just going to have to find out and wait. I'm not normally trying to be helpful, but if you're ignoring information right on your screen, I'm assuming you'll do the same with my message. True. But at that point, Bok, you can just ignore it completely. Hello, self-proclaimed dick. How'd you get the chat on screen using Linux? See this window here? Right, there's my chat.
Greetings from the frozen south of the northwestern hemisphere.
Great, there's 2 of you. Bring your son to work day or some shit. I built my own overlay. I need to get rid of this goddamn scroll bar here. I do have a transparent window. Yes, I do. Would you be able to share how you did that by chance? Well, this is a Godot application. Like, I made this in Godot, so there's a lot of stuff in Godot that went into it. I also have to use this. So I've got xobs is the command that I've run, and I set QPA platform to XCB OBS.
He built his own overlay, but can't finish a game that makes money. No wonder him and Kavino are friends.
Hey. Are you saying that Bobble Shop Sim's not going to make any money, Mars? Huh? It hasn't yet. You notice how I'm still building it? Yeah. That's like going up to a child and being like, doesn't even have a job, yet they want to buy things. How many games are you still building? Just this one. I don't have any other games in the works at the moment. I have games that I'm going to make after this. I have games that I have made for game jams, but they're not ones that I'm continuing to make. Yeah. That shut you up, didn't it, Mars? So I've just got this. Hang nailed on Queen Nut. I gotta say,
No,
I
it did
bought
not.
this for like $12. Best $12 I've ever spent. Don't forget, he's also part of the Game Deal Pro Tour. That's correct. You are correct. That's why I like you and Cavino. You can take my ribbing. Lies and slander, Mars. Lies and slander. No one's taking my ribs. Jeez. What up, Bibs? I must say, you sir have an impeccable mustache. Thank you. Thank you very much. If I stretch it out, because like they curve a bit, you know, if I stretch it, they go up pretty high. There. That's as high as they go on each side. Yeah. When is the next streak starting? Probably in like a week. We're taking a break from Game Duel for a bit. How much product does it take to make those stand up?
How much product does it take to make those stand up?
Not as much as you'd think. So, where are we? I get this one here. This one here, it's 2.65 ounces or 75 grams. This lasts me for anywhere from 3 to 5 months. It looks like you. Maybe that's why I was drawn to it, Mars. That one's more mine. Yeah. But this one here is a 1 ounce tin, or 15 grams. This one's 75 grams, $30. 1 ounce, $45. 160 for 100 grams. No thanks. No thanks. That's called stupid pricing. That's called stupid person tax. I like that. Great name. Great name. Extra stiff cock grease mustache wax. Beautiful marketing. Really aggressive branding. I agree, Bok. Oh god. Can you pick up Radio Moscow with your antenna? I wish. The best I can get is like conspiracy theorist BS. What was I doing? That's right. Pack open pause. We're going to do this. Then we gotta do this too. There we go. That should handle that. What is it working on? We're making a Bobble Shop Simulator. Link up in the top right. It's a shop simulator with comedy. Yeah. And what might the comedy be? You might be asking. Well, let me show you. We have these cards. Larry loves golf as much as his mistresses. Don't tell Mrs. Kent. Larry wants it to be a secret, even though he thinks it's okay. A mean backhand and an even meaner slap. Fun fact, their name wasn't always Tay Ness, but Taylor and S. Good move on that one, Tay. 1 foot on the field at all times. Football loves football. With no signs of slowing at 53, it seems they'll be playing until they die. Even with their head bobbling around, Andre's a magnificent basketball player. Ollie, ollie, ollie. Oi, oi, oi. Kurt started out selling skateboards and Tim Tams, eventually learning how to skate as well. And then we've also got these. It's Bobble Ross. It's Bobble Ross. I figured out you can just add a browser source to OBS in Linux. Correct. It's just missing by default on some distros. It's not missing by default on some distros. It's the OBS version that you're using. Yeah. But yeah. That one worked. Awesome. Thank you very much. So I do think I want it to trigger reveal card. The one they include in the CashOS packet manager is the incorrect one. I never go with OBS from package managers. I always go with OBS from the source. Like, so I get OBS's repo, and I just use that one. Because, like, there's no reason for me to go through a third party to get what I can get through OBS directly. Yeah. There has been some stuff I've had to do so that I can get some extra browser stuff working, but yeah. That's just like plugins and stuff mostly. Is that generally the best practice when installing software on Linux? It depends on your distro. So on Arch Linux, anything inside the core repos is generally safe because they're like they're core repos. They're maintained by like the Arch team and stuff like that. There's checks and balances in place. But if you go through the extra packs, which are uploaded by users and what, those can be those could be malicious. Have you made this artwork yourself or are you using assets? The NPCs that you see walking around and all of these buildings around here are all Cinti assets. Same with the road and the sidewalk and whatnot. They're all Cinti assets. The bobbleheads started out as Kenny assets, which we have since customized a bunch of them to give us a lot of different bobbleheads. Because the Kenny pack comes with like 12 characters. So we've just customized those to give us, instead of 12, like 50 sort of thing. The card pack that you see here, the card pack is like the card that you're looking at the moment. That's all mine. The actual card pack that you see there with the Agria bobbles and stuff on it, that is that was also made by me, but what I did to make it was I took these bobble box artworks, which these bobble box artworks were made by one of our viewers called Papa Laquan. They made the entire box art. And then I've basically taken that and I've reused aspects of it, colors and whatnot, to create the card packs. The shelving here, the rubbish bin, the checkout, like the cash register, the light switches, the furnace, the fire going in there, that's all my stuff. The box itself, like the box mesh that does this animation, that's mine as well. The crown that comes down, that's mine. Bobble Ross here is one of the customized Kenny models. These delivery boxes and the card pack meshes, they're both mine as well. Basically, any of this stuff here that you can buy, except for this desk, was made by me. This was made by me. These icons here are mostly mine. I think this paintbrush here and these icons here are Kenny icons. This artwork here was made by Dex. So these bobbleheads here and the title here was all Dex. Dex does art in chat. So you can see we've reused Dex's bobbleheads up there. Yeah. Shop Sims are big on Steam at the moment. They can be. Are there any NPCs who steal things in your shop? There will be. There will be. Don't you worry about that. NPCs will be able to steal things. Will also be horror elements, like in Helmart. The bobbleheads, like you'll have a bobblehead that comes to life occasionally, which will scare your customers, and your customers will drop anything that they were going to buy and run out of the store. and those customers will leave you a bad review, which means you've lost a sale and you've got a bad review. The less your review rating is, your review score is, the less you can sell product for. You can't sell things for as much above market price as normal. So that impacts your income. So you need to handle those bobbleheads that come to life as quick as possible. You need to grab them as fast as you can. Then you can do one of three things. You can throw them into the furnace, which will give your shop a bonus for the next day, which will have more more customers come into the store, more that they will spend more, they will buy more, all that kind of stuff. They will leave a better rating. Or you can assign them to work on the workbench. And then those bobbleheads can be used to repair repair other broken bobbleheads that customers have brought in. However, the conscious bobbleheads don't stay forever. The conscious bobbleheads break themselves after 7 days. Or you can sell the conscious bobbleheads to weird NPCs that come into the store looking for things that are paranormal or occult-like. However, if you sell the bobbleheads to them, you do get more money for the bobblehead from them, but less people come into your store because you deal with weird, strange people, and that puts people off from coming to your store. Yeah. What up, Ginger? How you doing? It doesn't seem to work how I want it to. I set those to 0.3. Dropped a video on today's progress. Nice. So that's those. Oh, hang on. Move card. We generate the cards. We want to go card toggle hold visibility is true. Hold deferred. We generate the cards. We open. Or we generate the cards. We create the tween. Between that pause, we begin the animation. When the animation finishes, we create the tween to position the pack down. Move card. It's the last card. Actually, no. Is playing. If mesh visible. Position Z. This needs to be pack open Z 0.6. That should deal with that. That should deal with that. So what are the cards for? Do you collect so many, then you get a bobblehead? No, that's just an extra collection. So you can collect the cards and the bobbleheads. Every bobblehead will have a static card and an animated card. Ooh. How did that happen? How did that happen? And see how it's moved it down there now? That's wrong. Skip input. Events released, or it's not mouse button. If it's released, or it's not any of those three. That's when we want to skip input. It's still giving me two of them though. Card pack 80. Veal card. I haven't changed anything in there. Thanks for the lurk, Mike. Much appreciated. So I know that if we open this up, we go enter. Well, that's just wrong. Mesh. We do that, and then we whip over all of them. Actually, yeah, card open pos Y. Closer. Closer. How is that not setting correctly? Hmm. Hmm. Damn it. Do I want them to be able to scale the window to different sizes? Outside. I'm gonna fix that quickly since I know what the issue is. That'll be better. Cool. Cool. So we meet for the first time for last time. What? First time for last time? Why are they not all the way forward? Is it because I'm setting the mesh position? Yes. That's what we want. You know that movie reference? Nah. What movie is it from? Maybe I'll go watch it. Or maybe I have watched it and I'm just blanking on it. There we go. That's better. This card opening bug's quite amusing. That one's fixed. What I would like to do is underneath each of them, I'd like to have what their individual prices are. Yeah. Because the value of all these is $3.96. Spaceballs 1987. Oh my god. That is... I have not seen Spaceballs in about a decade. I tried making a game too, but Godot was too insane. I just went with Greenfoot. What is Greenfoot? It's kind of like a so this is kind of like Scratch. It's kind of like this. Where you got like your stuff that you drop in. Actually. Repeat. There we go. Bam. Game. How's your going on scripting in GD script? I transferred over from Unity and C Sharp, so I understand the mindfuck. I've been programming for like 10 years before I started doing this. I'd done C Sharp, I'd done C++, I'd done some Java even. I did a bunch of web dev with React and Next.js and stuff like that. So picking up GD script was just, it's just easier for me. Like, I just started using it. I already understand how programming languages work with if statements and switch or match statements and for loops and while loops and functions and stuff like that. So there's not much for me to learn these days. It's all the same stuff, just slightly different syntax. So I just use it until I know what I'm doing with it. Because it's just a matter of like, all right, this syntax is new. And now I know what that syntax is. Because I use it. Same with the percent syntax. That's new syntax in GD script. But now I know how to use it because I use it. That's basic. That's as simple as I can make it, really. Like, I don't know anything. Like, I don't need to spend a ton of time learning a language because I already know a bunch of stuff about programming. So by default, it's just easier to easier for me to pick up stuff. The thing that gets me is indentation opposed to brackets. I mean, that's where that for me is not that hard to get my head around. That's pretty straightforward in my mind. Because there's multiple languages that do that. Like, I've tinkered with Golang, I've tinkered with Python, I've tinkered with COBOL, all this kind of stuff. We've done a little bit of assembly on stream as well. Like, there's programming languages out there other than GD script that do indentation syntax. And, yeah. But also having done stuff in YAML as well helps with that, because YAML is indent, whereas JSON is brackets. So, yeah. Like learning that type of syntax is easy. Just play around till it sticks. What about the engine itself? The UI of the engine itself is probably the thing that took me the longest to get my head around. But that's where Godot's documentation came in handy. So, for example, Godot docs, you've got Getting Started, which has the first 3D and first 2D game. And this actually takes you through, like, setting up the project, takes you through all this editor stuff, how to change, like, viewport size and what these stretch modes do and all that stuff. And then you've got Creating the Player, which goes through how to create a node, what the different things in the UI does, creating different components to use and stuff, doing sprite frames and whatnot. It runs you through all the basics of the UI so that you can get used to using the UI. And it also takes you through some basic coding. And then once you've got the hang of those, you can start tinkering with other things, because now you know how to add nodes. You know where the different aspects of a node will appear in the editor. So you can add a node you haven't used as part of this, and you can have a look at its properties, you can see what you can do with it, and then you can start tinkering from there and do the same thing as you do with code. You just tinker with it until you go, so that's what that node does. Greeting, David. How you doing? My waifu is the biggest gedunt ever. She made epic food for me. Nice. Nice. Tell your waifu that I said good work on being a gedunt. I'm not going to say the second part that just came to mind, but... So unhandled input. So that handles that. Now we need to just fix this up. Card open YPOS. Is opening. Hydrate. Check it out. So essentially a node is a game object in Unity. Is that right? Kind of. Kind of. So in Unity, you would have your game object and you would attach components to them, like a collision component, a mesh component, like all this type of stuff. An animation player component, stuff like that. Whereas in Godot, you would have your root node. Your root node would be your game object, and then you would add nodes underneath that, which would become your components of that node. And then they can also have components under themselves. And then once you save that, you get a scene, and that scene is essentially a prefab. No worries, Bibs. No worries. If Tween is running, Tween kill. Tween up open. No, if it's the last one, we want to queen up open. Card revealed. Card revealed, card reveal pause. Card reveal Y pause. Oops. I'll also personally suggest the How Godot Works chapter of Brackies. How to make a video game, Godot beginner tutorial, video on YouTube. That 2-min chapter alone really opened my eyes to understanding Godot. The visual element of how it all ties together, specifically. Yeah. I always try to avoid tutorials though, just so that I don't fall into tutorial hell. Was just a tutorial outright. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying people shouldn't use tutorials. I'm just saying me personally. Everyone should make game. You want to do it, exactly. I've always been interested in getting into game development since you seem like you wouldn't be biased one way or another. Do you think I should? It depends on if you're interested in game development or if you're just if you just have FOMO. Because I find a lot of people are going into game development now just because they're seeing everyone else doing it and they're like, ooh, that looks like fun. And then they do it for like 6 months or so, and they're like, actually, I don't like this. You know? It's like, it's okay to not do what everyone else is doing. It's perfectly fine to do something else. Making games is not the same as playing games, though. Exactly. If you have a genuine interest in making games, then yes, by all means, start making them as a hobby. Don't quit your job and start doing it as a career, because there's no, like, it's very hard to make it as an indie. Okay? The other reason you should go into game dev, if you have a game that you want to see made, then yes, you should try to make your vision come to life. But again, as a hobby. Do it as a hobby first, and once you're making enough money off it to make it a career, then stop and make it a career. Like, quit your job and make it a career. Gotta love your idea or you'll burn out fast. I found out the hard way. Yeah. Go to school for it or learn on my own. That's up to your financial situation. If you have the time and the money to do some sort of education for it, like a 6-month or 12-month game design course or game development course, sure, go for it. If you already have an IT degree of some sort, or a programming degree, or if you've already been a programmer for like several years, I don't see the point in going back to do a full bachelor's of game design or something like that. So, yeah, it depends on your situation and your financial situation. If you can't afford it, don't do it. If it's going to provide a benefit to you, sure, do it. Bonapause X is I suppose you're right. When I was uni, there wasn't even a gaming course. Yeah. I do have a game that I want to see made, but it seems like certain functionalities of the engine would be really challenging for one person to implement. If you know anyone that also wants to get into game development, or if you're in a group that has people that want to make a game but they're unsure of what, you can always get help to make your game. But one thing that you need to know, Squibby, is it doesn't matter how big your game is, there's going to be challenges in making your game. Hey, Curious! Prime for the 15th month. Nicely done. Nicely done. How are you doing, Curious? Thank you for the Prime. Let's take that. Okay. Where have my 15 months gone? Into the past. I can't believe I'm coming up to 2 years. It's been 19 months that I've been streaming for. 19 months. That's ridiculous. No thanks. Need time. Time needs to stop. Time does need to stop, doesn't it? Most people, including myself, wanted to make a AAA title, but there is a reason they are made up, or they're made by up to hundreds of people. Yeah, so you don't want to target a AAA title. Ooh, we are over halfway to kind of a big deal achievement. So the kind of a big deal achievement is 250,000 total watch hours. We're at 133,000. Yeah. I am never getting the Bleed Purple achievement. I'm never getting the Bleed Purple achievement because that's 5 million watch hours. That's never getting it. Never getting it. Most people, including myself, want to make AAA. Yeah. Gotta be close by now. I wish. I want that trophy. I want the goddamn purple trophy thing that you can get. A million at 1 hour, 5 streams. Gonna go to sleep, catch you this weekend. Have a good one, Curious. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a good sleep. We'll see you in a couple of days when the weekend begins. Down here. Cards get... You think a vanilla RimWorld type game would be too complex for one person to make? Not saying that it would be my first game or anything, but just as a concept. RimWorld was like one person, wasn't it? Yeah. RimWorld was a one-person game. They did have a publisher, so they had a publisher that helped with marketing and like probably marketing, localization. Maybe they helped financially. But yeah, that person did the development and whatnot. But yeah, like something like RimWorld, the reason why RimWorld would be easier for you to make than a highly complicated game, the artwork for RimWorld. The artwork is very simple. So none of the characters have legs or arms or anything. So you don't need to animate those. Stuff like that. What up, Tim? G'day, you good dunce. How are yous doing today? We were just talking about RimWorld and how it was made by like a single dev with publisher. Yeah. I am well. Congrats. Congrats. We're bug hunting today. We're fixing a bunch of bugs, getting things to the point where the demo in 2 weeks will be beautiful for the next Fest press preview. Yeah. But tell us what you were up to. Give us the deets. Bug hunting is kicking my butt. Little 12-hour stream with huge upgrades to the end of the game. Nice. And brainstorming player rewards. Nice. 12-hour streams are fun, aren't they? I did a 12-hour yesterday. By the end of it, I was so sick of it. But that's because I was rewriting my entire save load process. Yeah, so what were these upgrades that you made? Oh, actually, no. More importantly, what are the types of player rewards that you brainstormed? What are we talking about in terms of player reward here? Because what we have here... That's right, that's what I'm looking for. Things that make them progress into the game. Okay, so kind of like a dangling carrot type of situation. So it's like if you progress, you get these things. Yeah, doubling value of resources, unlocking new areas, resources. Yeah, nice. Nice. Very nice. Okay, then that increase. Okay, so we can just do that. Unlocking the ability to throw grenades. Nice. Nice. Upgrade from throwing like a child to throwing like an adult. What's the general consensus on using AI as tools to help in asset creation for the game to save on costs for a solo developer? Okay or not okay? Depends on who you ask. For me personally, I'm not the greatest artist, and I don't have any images up here. I got that aphantasia thing where I can't see a mental image of what I want to create. So I would use AI to like help me figure out the concept of what I want to create. And then once I've got that figured out, then I would create the 3D model. I would tweak the concept to like add in like more detail, more fine-tuned detail and stuff like that. And I do all of the full proper artwork and stuff based off that myself. I think that's fine, because I'm not using it to generate the 3D model. I'm not using it to generate the artwork or anything like that. I'm just using it to help like flesh out what I want, because I can't get that in my mind. I just can't. Children tend to fly further than adults. That's true. That's true. So maybe it should be upgrading from adult throwing to child throwing. If putting it on Steam, they expect you to declare it. No. No, Bibs. They've changed that. So you only, with Steam, you only need to declare if the player is is accessing something generated by AI. So if it's back-end code or if it's concept art that's generated by AI, you don't need to disclose it. It's only things that the player is exposed to. They've made that change because of things like Arc Raiders. They use AI for the audio, like the voiceover stuff, the dynamic voiceover stuff. Which that would be something that needs to be declared. Like, yes, the end player is exposed to this AI. But Claire Obscure, that used placeholder artwork generated by AI, which was then removed and replaced by official artwork, that doesn't need to be declared because the end user is not exposed to that. The game duel is over. So for anyone that doesn't know, we have a max streak of 237 on Game Duel that ended yesterday because of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Assassin's Creed Syndicate was listed as adventure only. Yeah, single player 2015, adventure only, sci-fi, fantasy, open world. Yeah. Yeah. That's what killed us. Didn't Expedition 33 get disqualified from Game of the Year awards for AI work? There was something around that, yeah. I need to do a rotation too. What's the end rotation that I need to set this to? New rotation. Okay, so the new rotation is basically rotated by negative pi. That'll be interesting. Card reveal pods. They were revoked 2 days later, I'm sure. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. It is. It is BS. Let's see. So we do that, it all finishes. Well, that's incorrect. And then that breaks. Og 2 months. Also, this alerts feature is new to me. Alerts feature. No, it didn't. It didn't show me anything, Julian. Thank you for the second month. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. I think it came down with being a placeholder image that wasn't removed. Regardless of them using AI, they had artists that would have had to flush out all the AI BS to make something amazing. Like, they didn't use AI to create the official artwork. While the artists were making the official artwork, there was placeholder artwork that they had generated by the AI. So they already had a list of all the things that needed to be created, which is why they were able to generate the placeholder list. Yeah? Yeah, and that's fine. GG, Twitch broken as usual. I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Let's clean up open. I don't know what we can do. There we go. Woot! What's happening today? We're bug fixing. We got our entire save load process rebuilt over the last day and a half, 2 days. So now we're just back to bug fixing everything. So the build that I put up this afternoon is going to have a new save load process, which means existing saves aren't going to work. Yeah. Yeah. So, move card. If it's that. I'm just gonna put this up here. Get rid of that. Let's see. How does saving work? Is it a dump of a JSON object? It's every line of the file is a JSON object, and that relates to something in the game that needs to be instanced into the game. How to prove your texture was not created in AI. Remove metadata. The end. People don't know how to remove metadata from things these days. Collectible card. Let's see. Take those, move down here. Chess! What up, Sorcerer? I noticed you bring your own text editor to doing Godot project. How easy was it to set up the Godot workflow to play nicely with that setup? Not talking about LSP or any of the other table stacks. I mean, the start, stop of engine, dynamic reload, if that's possible. Not a Godot user yet. So Godot handles the dynamic reload stuff itself. All I've done is under the editor settings, I've told it to use an external editor, which is my NeoVim. You could set this to VS Code or something like that if you wanted to. And then anytime I make a change over here, I go back to here and it Godot instantly reloads that stuff. That's just how it works. Like with the start stop of the engine in NeoVim, you do have to like set up something for connecting the debugger and stuff like that, so that when you launch it, the debugger's connected and stuff. Similar with VS Code, you have to create a task that gets executed that'll either connect the debugger or not. But yeah, Godot is just well made then. Correct. It doesn't assume its own editor has to be used. Correct. They just provide one because of ease of use. Alright, Chico, let's do this. Man, that wasn't defended, was it? Huh. Interesting. This is gonna be tough. I go there. You can start to do that sort of thing. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Ah, you go there and take there. You come across here. Yeah, timeout. Spent too long thinking. Well done. GG. Alright, what are we talking about here? Income is very good. Had a cat for a while, a decade, maybe 2. No streamer. Doing dev work, Wii Chess, Scala. Curious what people think of it. I've played a few games on Wii Chess. When someone doesn't have chess.com, well, you want 10 minutes next time? No. I normally play 3-minute matches. I'm just forgetting that I have a time limit. That's all. That's all. Index card size. Let's do that. Let's see if that does it. It's not going to do exactly what I want, but... Reminder, you also have a time limit for demo release if you want to get to the next best. I know. Don't worry. How is that still going into the like when it's negatives? How? It's not still opening, because when we run this, if IDX is card size -1, is opening gets set to false. If it's less than card size -1, it runs this. Otherwise, if it's card size, if open index is card size -1, it goes into here. And this that's going to equal, you're going to be set to false. So that's going to be false, which means it should be going down to here. What's with the wall of text? My mission is a bit odd. Game making is secondary. What I'm really after is deep understanding of what scripting languages work well over what is fundamentally C++ under the hood. I'm saying that opposed to plain C, how well do the generics and other C++ specific things work from the scripting language? And skill cap range I alluded to earlier is relevant to that. In that, I want a scripting language over C++ that is both accessible to new users and powerful for advanced users. Lua. Lua. What I'm after is how powerful is it? Like when? I don't know. Can't answer that. I honestly don't know. You're saying card position X. It's not anything to do with card position X. It's the index that I'm concerned about right now. So we get the reveal pos, we set the X, and then it's the IDX that I care about. You've not used GD script and switch to another language in Godot. You can use GD script with C#. Like, you can use any language that has a binding support out there for Godot. You can install that and use, Rust or Golang or whatever for your scripting. And you can use that alongside another scripting language. That's perfectly fine. But I don't see the need to use something other than GD script. I just don't see the need for it. GD script's pretty powerful then. I mean, I haven't noticed performance issues, if that's what you mean. Oh, that fixed that. What's this issue? Started with no tweeners. Started with no tweeners. Let's see. I'm going to assign a value of type shade material to a variable of type stand material 3D. 118. And that's where... That's where this comes into it. Let's see. That could be a concern, but was actually thinking more like expressivity of the language or edge cases where you can't say something at all. That's fair. May sound like a dumb question, but what is a tweener? So a tween gets its name from in between. It's something that you create in order to easily animate something from one value to another. So if you want to move something, like if you want to move a platform in a 2D game, you can have a tween that moves it from position A to position B over a certain amount of time. And it will do that. And then you can put that on a loop where it makes it go one direction, and then after a second makes it go back the other direction. Then after a second makes it go back another direction. And yeah. So it's just used for that type of stuff. And you can combine it with multiple things. So you can have it do multiple things in parallel. So you can have it alter position, rotation, scale, color, a text value, all that kind of stuff. You can have it do all of those things at the same time. If you're using like a Label 3D or something. Or if you're using just a mesh. Yeah. You did say Lua earlier in response to some part of my litany of questions. Thanks, by the way. What do you use Lua for? I don't use Lua for anything, but a lot of games use Lua for modding. So, like, a lot of games use Lua for modding. A lot of game engines use Lua as the scripting language. Because Lua support for like C++ binding and whatnot, from what I can tell, is very good. 80s and Hades 2 use Lua, yep. Surface get material on mesh instance 3D. No worries, Sorcerer. Z-clip scale and type of null. That's what I need to do. Get active material. Get active material. All right. Get active material in base array mesh. This. Parameter material is null. Material is null. Material is null. Material is null. Okay, so those things we need to fix up now. So we need to tweak this. So... If it's null, we get active material. If matte is shader material, I'm going to do matte set shader parameter. Use Z clip. True. Else. Mesh. Material override. Okay. Let's see. All right. We now have 19 errors. Material is null. Where is it? What? If material is null somewhere, how is it not throwing an error? Why? So it's definitely in here. If material is null, how is accessing it on one of these not throwing an error and causing it to crash? Because of the override? Well, no, because it's saying that it's null. So if I keep these in, it says material is null. But if material is null, how am I accessing this function? How am I setting these values? If it's null, why is it not crashing? Going, that's a null reference. You're trying to access trying to access a property or a function on something that's null. That doesn't make sense. Nah, it's not debug print time yet. And now it started with no tweeners. What is starting with no tweeners? And you go into this. We create a new tween. This needs to be... Actually, no, that's fine for that. Actually. Yeah, card reveal pause. Card reveal pause is not. Why? We force finish reveal. We're gonna set up a... We're gonna get... get card pos X, or get reveal pos X. Going to return a float. It's going to return negative 0.2 plus 0.1 times IDX. Get reveal pos X. Get reveal pos X. Maybe that. Let's see. The ads coming in. What can we do during ad breaks now that we're not doing Game Duel for a bit? Why is... So notice how it's not calling this ever. It's not even printing in there. Huh. So we know it's hitting here, but it's not going into here, ever. I don't, like the mesh isn't visible anymore. How is it? Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. We don't want that. Jeepers. Jeepers. It's amazing what happens when you do things incorrectly. Things don't work when you do things wrong. That kind of did some, but not correctly. Let's see. And you see how it's setting it. I feel like refactoring this tweening process that we have going on here. That's right. This tweening process isn't that big of, like, it's not a big piece of work, Orcris. Like, the tweening process is just like a tween that handles rotation and positioning. I'm not talking like a 10-hour rewrite of stuff. Calm down. Freaking out like it's gonna be an entire week-long process. Let's see. Let's get... Alright. Does not have them when pulled out of the pack. Rotates their final position wind up from left to right as opposed to center. No, so you want them to come up in the center so that it has focus. And then when you open the next one, that one goes back and the next one takes focus. You want it to be center stage. Let's see. So that one moved. I'm gonna do... Let's see. Can't append a tween to a tween that has already started. So why is it... That doesn't make sense. Um... Actually, let's go and open index is greater than 1. We're going to do force finish reveal. I'm going to take 2 away. The reason why I want to take 2 away the reason why we want 2 to be taken away is because this is for the card that's already animating away. Welcome back, Mike. It's as if reveal card is never calling move card. It's not revealing all of the cards either. Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay. Okay. Now... How? We're telling the tween to position this card at the current index. Do I need that to be -1? I think that needs to be -1. And it's the last one that's not moving now. Tween invalid. And that's because we need to create tween there. Alright, so there we go. The rotation isn't remembered. And now it's not ending. Create the tween. Because that's never... I'm pretty sure that's never hitting. Yeah, so it's never hitting there. This is going to cause an error to be thrown. Let's see. That should fix it. No, we don't want it to be less than. I could remove that. Get rid of that. That should be the correct setup. You're not doing it when I set it to negative, when I do west, like, what? Ah, because of that, yep, I see. I see what I need to do. Tween callback. Set is open to true. If not is opening, I'm going to do tween kill and force finish reveal. There we go. Is open equals open IDX equal to cards. size. That might cause another problem though. This is the problem with having things that can... What? What? How does that even work? That logic doesn't change that much. That's why. That's why. It's got nothing to do with the new logic down there. Everything to do with this. I'm gonna take that, pop them down there. All right. Right there. That's what it'll do. That last one's not... I don't think it's going to hit there with that change. Apparently it does. That. Oh, I know why. I think. It's probably not the fix, but... This is why I need to refactor this entire thing, because it's a nightmare to work with at the moment. specifically this opening. Why? If I just sat down and tried to track it for 5 minutes, I'd probably have it fixed already. Those ones aren't rotating because it's happening too fast. What we need to do is, instead of this, we want to do Otter! G'day, you good dunce. How yous doing? What's going on? Raid! How it goes? It goes well. I'm just trying to figure out how to get these to rotate so that they're facing the correct direction. Yeah. The save load thing is done, Otter. It's finished. I'm no longer insane. I'm shorter insane. What's up, Mew? How you doing? How was your stream, Otter? What were you up to? What were you doing? That's actually... No. That's not correct. On side project till next week, then back to doggy game. Nice. Nice. That's funny. Before you go into production, Otter, you have to improve your doggy game. Funny stuff. What was I doing? That's right, those. It's like, hang on, what the fuck? What am I doing? What am I testing? I'm distracting myself. Oh my god. I'm trying to fix the opening of these cards. And see how that one on the left there, its rotation is off. Same with the first one. And it's because I don't want it to be on basis. I want it to be... Actually, no, basis is correct, yeah. Kill the tween. We don't need to do that, actually, because we're already killing the tween in here. Kill the tween, kill the tween. Okay. That's that. Alright, so... There's a rotation set in input handling. You were killing tween there. No. So we set it here. Down here is not setting it as part of a tween, Orchrus. Okay. Thank you, Otter. Thank you very much. Thanks for the raid. So this here is setting it to be a specific rotation. It's not tweening it at all. Okay? So I want to kill the current tweening. And I want to set the rotation to a specific value. There is input hand, like this here, we kill the tween. So like in here is where we kill the tween. We kill the tween here because that's the thing that's currently rotating the object. We want to kill that so it stops processing and stops rotating it. And then we want to set this here. We want to set it to this. And we're done. Okay? That's it. You don't need to worry about it, Orchrus. You don't need to worry about it. Alright? If you're unsure, then your solution's probably not going to be correct. Let's see. I think what we need to do in here... No. We want to do that as well. But that's not affecting the first ones. These ones are the first ones. Kill the tween. We set it to null. We force the positions. And it should be based off the parent's rotation. You know what I'm gonna do? And do that. Get rid of those. But now we don't have it checking there. Alright. What up, Mike and Hill? Almost. You can almost buy the game in about 4 months. Now that's not making sense. Every tween is being killed. And before Steam Fest, are you releasing the demo? The demo will be released like a day or so before Steam Fest. Before the next fest. But the press get access to demos like a week or two before next fest. So... I'm not having a... Like, I'm not specifically... The press release, like the press preview big bit, the press preview is just press get access to the demos before next fest so that they can play the games and they can write articles on ones if they want to. Do you think it'll be approved in time for next fest approval process? It's already been approved, Orcrus. I just need to put up updated builds and stuff now. I've already got the demo page and the demo build and stuff approved. It's now just a matter of putting up updates and whatnot. Don't worry, I'm well ahead of all of that. I'm an organized person. I am an organized person. I don't see why this is breaking though. Why does the rotation continue to rotate? See how it's not going in there each time. See how it does set it to the correct. So in the bottom left, like you can see down here, it's setting it to the correct. It's not. That's not it because we set the meshes false. Don't worry about throwing out suggestions anymore, Orchrus, because they're just distractions at the moment. We only get 3 of them too. Because you'll notice that if mesh is visible, it's immediately set to false. So that's not going to affect anything more than the first one. So if that was the issue, it would only affect the first one. I might just pull this out and replace it all. Replace the entire rotating process. That's fine. That all works. And it's these fuckers here that we need to fix too. Alright, we'll do that tonight. That'll be like an hour to rebuild it rather than the crap that we're doing at the moment. Because it's not well set up at the moment. So I need to set it up better. Alright. We'll end it there. Let's see. There we go, there's the messages. I will be back in 5 hours. We will get this fixed by rebuilding the handling of cards. And we'll be able to get that one knocked out pretty quickly, as well as these two will be pretty quick. So we should have all of those finished by the end of today. And those are the only ones that I 100%... Oh, and these. So all of these I need to have done within the next 2 weeks. Easy. 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 Oh, and that one. That one's a bit more complicated. The rest of it I can add into the demo afterwards. So, that's not a problem. Alright. With that, have a great one, you get done. See you in 5 hours.